Will the clerk please call the roll?
Bridges. Buckner. Coleman. Cook. Coram. Danielson. Donovan. Fenberg. Fields. Gardner. Gonzalez. Janal. Hanson. Heisey. Holbert. Hawkins Lewis. Kirkmeyer. Colker. Lee. Liston. Lundeen.
I don't have nothing from Scott.
Lundeen.
He was here just a few minutes ago, so I don't know.
Absent.
Moreno.
Here.
Pedersen. Priola. Rankin. Rodriguez. Scott. Simpson. Smallwood. Sonnenberg. Story. Winter. Woodward. Senzinger. Lundeen.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. President.
Here. The morning roll call is 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused. We have a quorum. Would the good senator from Denver please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, please join me in saying the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the Journal of Monday, May 3rd, 2021 be dispensed with and the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 4th, correctly printed Senate Bill 259, correctly engrossed Senate Bills 197, 237, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 3263, 95, 106, 118, 185, 202, 203, 204, 231, and 232, correctly revised House Bills 1067, 1112, 27, correctly re-revised House Bills 1016, 1056, 1103, 1114, 1117, 1132, 1133, 1151, 1186, 1212, 1222, 1231, 1236, and 1249.
Committee reports.
May 3rd, Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 169 be amended as follows. So amended, be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation.
Third reading of bills consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all of the bills listed on third reading bills consent calendar?
House Bill 1227 by Representative Lundeen and Soper and Senators Fields and Kirkmeyer concerning medical assistance program requirements for nursing facilities in connection with establishing a demonstration of need. House Bill 1100 by Senators Soper and Gonzalez Gutierrez and Senators Bridges and Lundeen concerning the ability to file documents electronically with governmental entities.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1227 and House Bill 1100.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills listed on the third reading of bills consent calendar? Seeing none, are there any no votes on any of the bills listed on third reading bills consent calendar? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be recorded as a no vote on 1227.
The Minority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1227. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1227.
Senator Woodward will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1227. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be recorded as no vote on 1227.
Senator Sonnenberg will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1227. Senator Lundeen.
Mr. President, I do not want to give you a head fake, so I would like to be recorded as no vote on 1227.
Senator Lundeen will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1227. Senator Smallwood.
Good morning, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1227.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1227. Senator Gardner. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1227.
Senator Gardner will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1227. With a vote of 29 ayes, 6 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1227 is passed. Co-sponsors. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1100 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Gardner, the Minority Leader, Moreno, Zenzinger, Cook, Hawkes Lewis, Priola, Heisey, Pedersen, Scott, Sonnenberg, Janal. Third reading of bill's final passage. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1067?
House Bill 1067 by Representatives Kipp and Exum and Senator Story and Buckner concerning a national assessment test score as an eligibility criterion for admission to a Colorado institution of higher education.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1067 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1067 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Cook, Liston, Scott, Sonnenberg.
I didn't get into consent. 1067. Okay, if we could just start the no votes from the beginning. Okay.
No votes from the beginning.
Members, if you wish to be recorded, even if I've already called your name, please raise your hand. No votes on House Bill 1067. Mr. Minority Leader. Senators Lundeen, Gardner, Cook, Liston, Scott, Woodward, Sonnenberg, Priola, Smallwood, Coram, Rankin. With 23 aye votes, 12 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1067 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Kolker, Danielson, Hansen, Gonzalez, Winter, please have the President. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 237?
Senate Bill 237 by Senators Donovan and Representative McCluskey concerning creation of the Colorado Forest Health Council and the Department of Natural Resources and in connection therewith repealing the Forest Health Advisory Council within the State Forest Service.
Senator Donovan.
I move on third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 237,
Is there any discussion?
and ask for your aye vote.
It's all about timing, and the computer's not working again.
The Senate will stand in a brief recess.
Make the motion to
See, what you don't know is, I have a little switch here that shuts off.
The Senate will come back to order. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 237?
Senate Bill 237 by Senators Donovan and Representative McCluskey concerning creation of the Colorado Forest Health Council and the Department of Natural Resources and in connection therewith repealing the Forest Health Advisory Council within the State Forest Service.
Senator Donovan.
I move on third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 237, and I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 237 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Kirkmeyer, Lundin, the Minority Leader, Scott, Smallwood, with 29 aye votes, 6 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 237 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Rankin, Borum, Priola, Simpson, Danielson, Moreno, please add the president. And Senator Story. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 197?
Senate Bill 197 by Senators Rodriguez and Representative Woodrow concerning the treating physician and workers' compensation cases.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully, for the first time in this chamber, ask for a third reading amendment.
Would the good senator from Denver please explain why this body should allow you to have permission to offer a third read amendment?
Yesterday, we put an amendment on from a last-minute fiscal note, stripping out the fiscal note, and one of the amendments on still referred to some of that wording, so we're just clarifying the 6-month, 180 days, just to take it out of the amendment that was added. So it's just a technical cleanup amendment.
The question before the body is to allow the good senator from Denver the opportunity to be granted permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Aye. The one aye has it, and permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L012?
Amendment L012.
Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move I said it right.
The good senator from Denver will be fined in between all those $7.
Pennies it is.
$7. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L012.
To the amendment, Senator.
Again, reclarifying this in Amendment 10 we did yesterday that put the 7 days notice. We had a reference to the 180 days that we struck out in Amendment 11. This just takes that wording out that was added by that amendment to clarify the 180 days is not in the bill.
The motion before is there any discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the passage of Amendment L012 to Senate Bill 197. Are there any no votes?
Go ahead.
With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Amendment L012 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 197 as amended with a favorable vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the good senator from Denver, I would be remiss. He wanted me to be sure and remind you that the city and county of Denver are opposed to this bill, and the Denver Metro Chamber are opposed to this bill, and so the good senator from Denver wanted me to be sure and remind you. So with that, I would ask respectfully for a no vote on Senate Bill 197. Thank you.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I rise in opposition of Senate Bill 197 because not only is the city and county of Denver against this, the great county of Adams is against this piece of legislation as well.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is passage of Senate Bill 197 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Lundin, Gardner, Simpson, Priola, Smallwood, Zenzinger, Cook, Liston, Simpson, Heisey, Sonnenberg, Quorum, Kirkmeyer, Scott, Woodward, Rankin. With 19 aye votes, 16 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 197 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gonzalez, Danielson, Story, Hawkes Lewis. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a request to remove House Bill 1133 and House Bill 1217 from the consent calendar.
Both House Bill 1133 and House Bill 1217 will be removed from the general order second reading of bills consent calendar as requested. Second reading of bill, general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. And Senator Coleman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the Colt rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills in the general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
House Bill 1173 by Representative Mullica and Gray and Senators Pedersen concerning prohibiting higher education institutions from considering legacy preferences in the admission process. House Bill 1059 by Representative Geithner and Bradfield and Senators Lundin concerning protections for students who participate in online instruction. House Bill 1226 by Representative Escar and Will and Senators Quorum and Donovan concerning additional measures to control adequate nuisance species and in connection therewith permitting a person from refusing to stop at a check station and directing the Division of Parks and Wildlife to report to the General Assembly regarding implementation of the act.
Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the adoption of all the bills on the consent calendar and their associated committee reports, which includes House Bill 1173, House Bill 1059, along with the Education Committee report, and House Bill 1226.
Is there any discussion on any of the committee reports? The motion for the body is the adoption of all the committee reports on the general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and the committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee to rise and report.
Motion for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report out in consideration the following tax bills being second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1173, House Bill 1059 as amended, House Bill 1226 passed on second reading, order revised and placed on calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1173, House Bill 1059 as amended, House Bill 1226 passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. General order, second reading of bills. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the committee of the whole for consideration, general orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the bill to Senate Bill 21106?
Senate Bill 16 by Senators Pedersen, Moreno, and Representative Escar and Mullica concerning services related to preventive health care and in connection therewith requiring coverage for certain preventive measures, screenings, and treatments that are administered, dispensed, or prescribed by health care providers and facilities.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 16 and the committee report.
To the Health and Human Services Committee report. Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did a lot of amendments in committee, clarifying treatment and what health resources are and services for administration, clarifies that coverage required by the section must include preventative health care services. We had some technical amendments as well, and I ask for your support.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Senator Priola.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This isn't necessary to the committee report, but I support this bill. It does a lot of good stuff. Ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion on the committee report?
If I just say committee report, does it count for all?
Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the report is adopted. Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any discussion on the committee report?
We had an appropriation, and I ask for your support.
Is there any other further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 3 amendments here that are going to be important to the discussion. So first, I'd like to move L018.
There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 18?
Amendment L018 to Senate Bill 16 by Senator Pedersen. Like the Health and Human Services Committee dated March 24, 2021.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this does is it, unfortunately, I think that the treatment options are incredibly important in treating hepatitis C in HIV, but there are concerns around insurance mandates. And so what this does is that it just clarifies, it takes out all the insurance mandates except for the STI counseling, and prevention and treatment for men. These services are already included for women, so this makes sure that men have the same access regardless of gender. The other pieces, well, actually, I guess I will stick to that and ask for your support.
Time's up. Time's up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L006.
Amendment L006 of Senate Bill 16.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This replaces the definitions of family planning related services. This was requested by HICPUF. It just aligns the family planning definitions, and I ask for your support.
Is there any discussion? The motion is adoption of Amendment 006. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L017.
Got it. There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read the title to Amendment 17?
Amendment L017, Amendment L17, Senate Bill 16 by Senator Pedersen. Amendment printed bill, page 8, line after.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this does is it requires HICPUF to establish what specific services are included in family planning services. For example, medically necessary evaluations or preventative services is an example of what rules they would have to promulgate around these specific definitions. And I ask for your support.
Thank you, Senator Pedersen. I know you already moved the amendment, because we have you move it again after the explanation, please.
I have to move it again?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I move L017.
Is there any discussion? The motion is adoption of L017. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
One day I'll get used to the Senate.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So now what this bill does is this codifies some of the most important protections and services and popular healthcare access for Coloradans in the ACA, and that's our preventative care. So it's providing, the other piece is it just expands STI testing and prevention services for men as it already covers women. This is incredibly important regardless of what is happening at the national level, that these critical services are covered, including access to birth control. And I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question to my colleague is, what I heard was that all of this does now is codify existing rules outside of clarifying which gender is eligible for this. But when I look at Amendment 6, which I believe we just adopted, under family planning related services, we appear to now on line 9 be including the diagnosis or treatment of a sexually transmitted infection or a sexually transmitted disease. So my question would be, this is not something that's covered today under plans, the treatment of a sexually transmitted infection or sexually transmitted disease. And as I understand it, what that would mean, colleagues, is that now, under the definition of preventive care, we're including these family planning services, which means treatment of a sexually transmitted infection or sexually transmitted disease. So what I'd ask my colleague is to clarify for us, if that truly is the case, because obviously we're taking a tremendous amount of potential treatments that today are subject to health plan members, deductibles, co-pays, co-insurance, and would now be making those free. So I'd ask for clarification on that.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested. We will take a senatorial 5. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take a second to review these and defer to my colleague.
Is there any further discussion?
Vote yes.
Senator Pedersen.
Oh, I thought you meant different.
Is there any further discussion?
I want to offer that now. Yep.
There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L004?
L004 by Senate Bill 16 by
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L004.
Is there any discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment includes in Section 2 that for purposes of this section that preventive measures do not include vaccinations. Section 2 speaks to where that the consent of a parent or legal guardian is not a prerequisite for a minor to receive a consultation, examination, new language, preventive care. That's why I'm asking to make sure that it's defined that preventive measures, preventive care do not include vaccinations. That's what the amendment does. Common sense legal precedents on this. Laws prevent children from drinking, owning firearms, smoking, and other activities due to their inability to make mature decisions. The U.S. Supreme Court notes that states make these types of valid limitations due to minors lacking the experience, perspective, and judgment to recognize and avoid bad choices. Additionally, a 2017 study on minor consent found that adults are better in identifying risks than children and adolescents. Senate Bill 16, as currently written, allows minors to make vaccination decisions without understanding risks, their own medical history, and how that may influence a good or bad decision or legal consequences, which are very complex. This amendment would protect existing federal parental consent requirements. Under the Affordable Care Act, parental consent is required for primary and preventive services provided to the 35,000 Colorado children and adolescents in school-based health centers that receive federal funding. Senate Bill 16, as currently written, may violate this consent requirement and jeopardize federal funding to these centers. This amendment also upholds existing federal informing, reporting, and recording requirements. Under the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Compensation Act of 1986, it is required that parents and guardians receive vaccine risk and benefit information prior to the vaccination of a minor. Senate Bill 16, as currently written, will violate the federal informing requirement of receiving vaccine risk and benefit information contained in the CDC's Vaccine Information Statement created by the 1986 Act. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L004.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason why this became a discussion is because you can get a vaccine. How amazing is it that you can get a vaccine that actually can prevent cancer later? It's the HPV vaccine. That's not what this bill encompasses a lot of different aspects. This does not, state law cannot violate federal law. Vaccines actually aren't confidential services to parents. These federal requirements and practices are well established and already implemented in school-based health clinics that provide immunizations for polio, measles, mumps, chickenpox. So this is not a friendly amendment, and I ask for a no vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L004 to Senate Bill 16. This bill has, well, let me back up. You just heard a well-reasoned argument for the risk to federal funding that the bill as drafted presents. And I don't think we want to get in the way of federal dollars flowing in for health care concerns of the people of Colorado. And L004 would resolve to a certain extent that issue. So I think that is a very important matter for us to pay attention to. So that is commonsensical. But I also want to speak about something that's even more commonsensical, and it recurs multiple times, or would recur consistently under the bill. And that is this idea that the assumption that parents are somehow not beneficial to the child's health care, well-being, that the child should be somehow carved off and interacting with an apparatus that is a function of the state, is controlled by the law of the state, as we're discussing right now, is providing service that is essentially something removed from the parent. The assumption is that the parent is not beneficial to the child. And I think that that is absolutely an incorrect assumption. Now, the bill tries to get at that by saying, as these services are provided to a minor, without the parent's knowledge, you should at least tell the minor that it might be good to talk to your parents. But that is completely inadequate. I think that the assumption inherent in this that the parents are not beneficial is wrong. And here's why. If the parents are aware of and can interact, they can have a positive influence, a positive result, hopefully, for the child. And the earlier, we all know this from our life experience, the earlier that you intervene on a challenge, the earlier you deal with something, the smaller the problem tends to be. If you don't intervene early, the problem tends to grow and become a larger issue. So this amendment specifically deals with the question of vaccines, vaccination. And the reality is there are potential health outcomes of that the parent and the child should have the opportunity to interact on. And it's removed from the parent's ability as drafted in the bill. So L004 addresses this sliver of a broader problem that the bill presents to us. I encourage you to support L004. Quite frankly, I'll speak in opposition to the bill later and deal with some other principles that I think the bill is inappropriate. But at this moment, I'm rising in support of L004.
Is there any discussion on L004? Seeing none, the motion is adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read the amendment, read the title to the amendment, number 016? L005.
Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 16. By
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L005.
Is there any discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, since the last amendment didn't pass, this amendment would simply add an exception or two. So on page 6, line 8, speaks to the consent of a parent or legal guardian is not a prerequisite for a minor to receive consultation, examination, new word, preventive care. Preventive care, vaccinations are preventive care, by the way, or treatment for, and it goes on. And then below in this paragraph, it says, except for that the reporting requirement pursuant to the Child Protection Act of 1987, Part 3, still applies. This amendment adds two more exceptions. It adds an exception that services delivered by school-based health clinics pursuant to the Affordable Care Act. It also adds the exception that the dissemination of vaccine information materials to the minor's parent or guardian prior to the administration of the vaccine. And again, I'm just going to remind you, existing federal parental consent requirements under the Affordable Care Act is required for primary and preventive services provided to the 35,000 Colorado children and adolescents in school-based health care centers. It's important that we have these exceptions in, or these people may not, and these children may not get their federal funding. I ask for an aye vote on L005.
Is there any discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Federal law it obviously always applies. This bill doesn't change federal law about parental involvement in childhood vaccinations, and it does not and cannot change federal law. This would actually narrow it so that services that are already provided would not be available unless they complied, and we don't need exceptions for this. So I ask for a no vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it and the amendment is lost. To the bill. There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 21, L021?
Amendment L021 to L021 to Senate Bill 16 by Senator Lundin.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L021. What this amendment would do is it would remove the safety clause and insert the petition clause. This bill is a very intrusive bill in many ways, potentially into the families of Colorado. And I think instead of us sitting in judgment saying, look, we're going to make this broad change that affects your family in ways that you maybe haven't had an opportunity to evaluate, and we're going to do it immediately with a stroke of a pen, this gives to the people of Colorado the standard form of legislation, which is the petition clause, the ability of the people to say, I'm not comfortable with that. In fact, I'm so uncomfortable with that I'm going to organize, I'm going to gather together other people who are not comfortable with this law that the General Assembly, in its wisdom, has pushed on us, and we would like to have the ability to reject it. This would simply restore that language to this bill. So, since it's such a big bill and has such far-reaching potential impacts into families, I think it's incumbent upon us to give the people of Colorado the opportunity to breathe, assess, and accept or challenge, instead of just using the authority of the chamber, the authority of the pen, and driving it through without further consideration. I urge your support of a restoration of what I think every bill coming out of here, except bills that have to do with a specific deadline with regard to funding, a true health crisis that is imminent or underway, something of that nature. I think every bill that comes out of here should have the petition clause, and that's what this amendment would, L021 would do, is put the petition clause onto this bill instead of leaving the safety clause in place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is a right that citizens already have in Colorado at the ballot. We are an elected body, and this is protecting really important popular pieces of the ACA that we are all elected to be here and support this bill or not. A petition clause is unnecessary. So I ask for a no vote.
Any other discussion? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the comments from my colleague from Lakewood, but I do disagree. I think the fact that we have petition clause and safety clauses are really sending a message to the citizens of our state that safety clause is specifically defined in the bill. With the changes that we've now made in the bill through amendments, candidly, colleagues, I don't know that anybody could make an argument that changing a small definition in Medicare and by potentially adding preventive care for sexually transmitted diseases, let's make sure I quote this correctly, is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety of all of the citizens of our state. So I think this is a very common sense amendment and would encourage an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is adoption of Amendment L21. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Is there any further discussion? To the bill, Senator Lundin.
Senate Bill 16, a big bill that deals with health care. It's a big bill that in ways potentially intrudes into the relationship between parents and their children. It does a number of things that are very, I believe, uncomfortable. It's well intended. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a bill arrive at the desk, end up in committee, and go on that was just not seeking to do something from a perspective that was beneficial. But I believe that the intentions of this go awry fairly quickly, and they go awry in the place where we stick a government and the apparatus of government and the various functions that government supports and funds and controls in between one of the most precious bonds that any of us have ever known. And most of us at this point have experienced it from two sides, between child and parent. We experienced that as children, and between parent and child. Many of us have experienced that. And it is incredibly important that that most important, precious connection and bond in the building block of our society be supported by the things we choose to do here. Not broken down or detracted from or eroded in some way. So I have significant challenges, and you could get into chapter and verse of this really big, complicated bill and argue the small policy pieces. But I think there's a philosophical reason why we should oppose this bill, and I rise to raise that issue. Let's not have government intrude into something in a way that breaks down such a critical building block, fundamental building block of our society, that being the relationship between a parent and child. I think there is challenge in that. Not every parent-child relationship is always perfect, but the reality is that's the nature of how we grow as parents and how we grow as children, to participate in that. And quite frankly, if there's a struggle between parent and child getting it right, I can almost guarantee you, government and the apparatus funded by government is almost certainly not going to get it right. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 16 on this principled argument, and we've had a little bit of a policy argument as well, but I would urge you to consider the principle and back away from the bill based on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, colleagues, first of all, I do want to thank the sponsors for the changes that they made to this bill. I declared in committee that I thought that this particular bill was going to increase the cost of health insurance for health plans more than any other bill that we'd seen this session. And I stand by that. And I've got the data to show you that, had these changes not been made within the bill. So I do want to commend the sponsors for working to make those significant changes that removed much, if not most, of the additional burden of higher premiums from this bill. My concern right now, as it stands, colleagues, is really all on page 6 of this bill. Because page 6 of this bill is still expanding the amount of health care that a minor can receive without the consent of a parent or a legal guardian. And colleagues, I'd go as far as to say that that's really what's left in this bill as far as significant changes. And the question you have to ask yourself when you're going to vote for this bill is, do you think it's a better thing or a worse thing for minors to get more and more treatment, more and more invasive treatment, without the consent of a parent or a legal guardian? And I know what some of you are going to say. You know what, Senator from Douglas County? There are some parents or legal guardians that aren't great people. Maybe they're not great parents. Maybe they're not great legal guardians. And for what I would consider that very small population of people, the answer that we're going to bring forth as the legislature is now all minors can receive this care, this treatment, without the consent of a parent or a legal guardian. So I'll have you look on page 6, line 9. The new word that we're adding is preventive care for sexually transmitted infections. That's the new word. And the problem that I now have with this bill is really, I would almost say, can boil down to just that word, because most of the rest of this is already an existing statute. We're not changing things, although the wording sounds horrible. So with that particular word, what I'd ask anybody in this chamber to do is find for me the definition in Article 25 that defines preventive care for sexually transmitted infections. And my assertion is you're not going to find that definition because I don't think it exists. So what could that mean? Could it mean something as innocuous as a condom? Perhaps. Is that preventive care for a sexually transmitted infection? Maybe. Is it Gardasil? Is that preventive care for a sexually transmitted infection? I don't know, because there's not a list anywhere that defines that. And as a parent, especially as a parent of a minor, I find it extremely concerning that as a legislature, we're now throwing a word out there with no solid definition, and that my kids or younger kids can now go and receive undefined preventive care without the consent of a parent or a legal guardian. Colleagues, that feels reckless. That feels absolutely reckless to throw a word out there with no definition and leave it up to the entire continuum of healthcare providers to determine themselves what they feel that is. If you're one of those people that feel that expanding medical services to kids without the consent of a parent or a legal guardian, let's at least compromise on this. Let's at least say what it is they can do. I don't think that's asking too much, colleagues. Until that word gets changed, I don't think there's any way that I can support this bill, and I'd encourage your no vote on Senate Bill 16. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, as the mother of 2 daughters, I can't imagine that a healthcare provider or a facility, without any discussion with me as their mother, as their parent, be able to, and these are new words now in law, administer, dispense, or prescribe preventive measures or medications for sexually transmitted infection. So that means, at a minor's request, when my daughters were 12 years old, they could have gone into not the family doctor, but a healthcare facility. Maybe they didn't know anybody there. I certainly may not have known anyone there. And an individual there without my knowledge, at their request. I want you to think about it. A 12-year-old girl could go in at their request, and a healthcare provider or facility would be able to administer, dispense, and prescribe preventive measures or medications. And their parent would have no knowledge of that. So in the next section where it talks about preventive care, you heard from the good senator from Douglas County how that impacts parental decisions. Your right to be able to take care of your children. In this section, it talks about new language, administer, dispensing, and prescribing preventive measures or medications to a minor without being consulted, without even being told, and being kept confidential from their parents. For those reasons, you all should be a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So minors can already get tested for STIs, for HIV. They can already have confidential appointments around STI prevention, testing, sexual health. So this is already across the U.S. This is in federal law. In Colorado law, it's actually silent on this specific category only because our laws are outdated and things like PrEP didn't exist until recently. And how amazing that people with HIV have access to PrEP now. So this doesn't change the law around confidentiality for minors. And I also have a child, and I hope that when he needs to have these conversations, he's comfortable talking to me. But if he isn't, he should be able to confidentially go to a doctor to have those conversations. So I ask for your support of this bill. It does not change that piece, but we definitely don't want to roll back the protections for minors that already exist in federal law.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few minutes ago, the good senator from Douglas County came up and raised a question about why preventative care is not defined. It's interesting when you look up preventative care, preventative treatment, that you come across things like hysterectomies, sterilization. So if preventative care is not defined, all of a sudden we're opening it up to minors who can go in without parental consent. It seems to me that this bill is also opening up the chance that someone in the medical community could advise a young minor child to do something as drastic as a permanent change in their fertility. Whether it's hysterectomy, sterilizations, or anything along those lines, if the bill sponsor could help me understand and point to a place, because this undefined term around preventative care is now opened up to everything, isn't it reasonable to presume that we have also opened it up to perhaps some extreme measures that the medical community could take with our kids without our knowledge?
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We define what family planning services are. So if you're concerned about what's covered there, you can look at our amendments that we discussed. That is not, you're not going to have a minor that's going to go in and be qualified for being sterilized. So this is an important bill. While I wish that it actually did more, this is really important family planning services for minors and for all Coloradans to have access to without paying a copay. Things like birth control and STI screening so that you're stopping the spread of STIs. And unfortunately, Colorado has some of the highest STI rates in the country, and they're skyrocketing across the country. These are things that we know we can test for and prevent the spread of. So these are basic services that are for the well-being of Coloradans and for the health of our community, and I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 16. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 2127?
Senate Bill 27 by Senator Pedersen and Representative Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Tipper concerning emergency supplies for Colorado babies and families and in connection therewith providing diapering essentials to diapering distribution centers and making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Senate Bill 27 lay over to the bottom of the general order second reading of bills calendar.
Senate Bill 27 will be laid over to the motion is for Senate Bill 27 to be laid over to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and 27 will be laid over to the end of the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 69?
Senate Bill 69 by Senator Priola and Representative Valdez A. concerning license plates and in connection therewith specifying that the license plates of a motor vehicle that is classified as a Class C personal property expire upon the sale or transfer of the motor vehicle and authorizing the issuance of license plates in previously retired styles.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move Senate Bill 69 and the committee reports from Business, Finance, and Appropriations.
To the Transportation and Energy Committee report. Senator Priola.
Excuse me. Mr. Chair, I apologize for Transportation, Finance, and Appropriations. We made a number of amendments in each committee that improved the bill. You can see them in the re-engrossed version when it is published. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is adoption of the Transportation and Energy Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. Senator Priola to the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Finance Committee report to Senate Bill 69.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. Senator Priola to the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 69.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a good bill with all the amendments. It made a lot of improvements to it. It will help the disability folks, and it will also give folks the option of bringing back the legacy plates that we enjoyed Colorado back in the day. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any other discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the bill sponsor, I'd just like to understand how many license plates exist now in the state of Colorado, specialty plates, and how many more will this bring the total to?
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for that question. There are a number of plates allowed that usually have logos and are associated directly with an organization. This bill will bring back a reissue. Primarily, it will bring back the old Green Mountain White sky plate if folks want them, the inverse of the standard plate, and it will also have a portion of that, $25, go to the disability community. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the question from the good senator from Denver because I basically had the same question. So I'm curious, I had, for example, a very old license plate for a fraternal organization that they quit making probably 10 or 15 years ago. I'm just curious, so if I wanted, which I do, to get that license plate redone, a new version of that, because it was an approved license plate decades ago, is it something that I can get done now?
Senator Piola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You can keep the number. The number will be personalized, but you will have to have a new number that will actually be able to be read, as is the law.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 69. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 71?
Senate Bill 71 by Senator Buckner and Representative Doherty concerning measures to limit the detention of juveniles.
Senator Buckner.
Mr. Chair, I move Senate Bill 71 and the committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report, Senator Buckner.
Yes, this was a very exhilarating committee, and the main points that we made to this committee would be the working group. And the working group shall develop a mechanism for judicial districts to loan detention beds to other judicial districts in their case of need. We also define the responsibility and expectations of the working group so everyone would be clear as to what their duties and responsibilities would include. One of the main parts of this working group would be to monitor the need and capacity of placements that provide an alternative to detention in each judicial district and statewide areas, the number of youth in detention waiting placement in a community setting, and the use of detention beds across the state. We also have a description of who should be in this working group, and it's a variety of experienced people. And that is the main part of what happened during this committee hearing.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Buckner.
The Appropriations Committee report, they decided to, well, they didn't have to appropriate money for this bill. In fact, we will be giving money back to the state. That's the best kind of fiscal report that there could be.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the motion is adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Buckner.
Mr. Chair, I have a second reading amendment, and I would like to give that to the clerk.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L009?
Amendment L009 to Senate Bill 71 by
Senator Buckner. Senator Buckner.
Mr. Chair, Amendment L009.
Senator Buckner, would you like to move your amendment?
Oh, I thought I moved it. I'm sorry. I move Amendment L009.
That's a proper motion. Senator Buckner.
Thank you. This amendment moves the working group created by the bill to examine and expand alternative to detention into an existing working group which was created by 19-2-212. Several stakeholders suggested that the task assigned to the working group should be assigned to an existing juvenile justice group, as there are only several in existence. Stakeholders agree on this group, which has a large array of stakeholders. The amendment also changes the language regarding the working group task slightly, based on requests by DYS and CCI. Nothing largely substantive about the working group's task is being amended. There are some changes to the specific list of data to be collected to make data collection easier and reduce the number of FTE requested, which will further increase the savings in the fiscal note. Finally, at the request of CDAC, The amendment has some additional clarifying language regarding the speedy trial provision to ensure that this bill does nothing to change speedy trial for children. Stakeholders from the prosecution and defense have agreed to the language to ensure there are no unintended changes to speedy trial. Thank you.
Is there any discussion? Senator Cook.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we take a few minutes so that we can read this? It's about almost a little over 4 pages, so we can take a look and see what the amendment says.
We'll take a senatorial 5. Is there any discussion on L009? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L009, Amendment L009. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Buckner to the bill.
Mr. Chair, Senate Bill 71 does two simple things. It removes the option of money bail for kids, and it reduces the bed cap for the number of children who can be held in juvenile detention. In regard to money bail, the bill no longer allows the court to set a cash, surety, or property bond for kids. Nothing else about all other options for kids will change. Now, please note that if a child poses a risk of harm to others or a risk of flight from the prosecution, the child can be held in detention without bond. If the child does not pose these risks, they can be released with monitoring, services placement, and all the options that currently exist in statute. By doing this, we ensure the decision about whether a child stays behind bars is about whether they pose a risk or not, and has nothing to do with whether their family can afford to pay money to bring them home. Regarding the bed cap, by executive order, the bed cap was reduced to 188 beds across the state from March 2020 to March 2021, which is the year of COVID. The detention population did not even hit that number of 188, which is the average daily maximum during that time. The maximum number of youth in custody at any given time and point was 163. During this time, we saw that the arrest and detention of juveniles for nonviolent crimes goes way down. But importantly, the filing of charges against juveniles for violent crimes decreased in small measure only 8%. So what happened during our unplanned pilot project is we started using our detention beds wisely, detaining kids who are a risk and danger when necessary, but not overusing the detention for kids that don't pose a danger or risk. And make no mistake, before COVID, we were overusing detention for low-risk youth. According to data analysis for 2017 task force by the Council of State Governments, in 2017, in Colorado, 50% of youth held were determined by a risk assessment not to pose a public safety risk, and 45% had committed a misdemeanor or lower level offense. We have to stop overusing detention beds because it harms kids. You know, I do not want kids who are a danger to society to be on the streets, but those kids who are being jailed because of low-risk crimes, we want them to be at home and not get into the juvenile justice systems. We want to avoid detention when it's not needed for these low-risk youths. That's why we wanted to make sure that this bill came forward. We had a huge and in-depth stakeholder process. We consulted it with DYS, CDHS, county DHS agencies, and heard a lot of concerns about lowering the bed cap to 188. We were pushed to increase it, and we did increase that number. And in statute today, we have a bed cap of 215. I am asking for an aye vote on this important bill.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members, colleagues, people of Colorado. I want to express my appreciation to the sponsor for her commitment to juveniles and ensuring that they are dealt with appropriately in the system. But it is a public policy question for someone like myself who served on the Juvenile Justice Reform Commission, listening over the course of a year or more to all sides, people from the court, people from probation, prosecutors, defense counsel. It becomes clear that these are complex questions. This bill begins in so many ways not by dealing with the problem of juvenile delinquency and juvenile crime and deterring it, but rather limiting the detention of juveniles by reducing the number of available beds for detention. Now, in the corrections community, if you will. I think there's a school of thought that if you build one more prison, it will get filled. As one legislator from El Paso County said many, many years ago, if you build them, they will come. We'll tell you what era that was said in committee. This bill operates on the opposite premise. If there's not a bed, then they won't be detained. But it doesn't answer the question of, does public safety call for a detention? I mean, the bill permits juvenile defendants charged with a felony or a very high class 1 misdemeanor to be released on personal recognizance bond. Well, they are, after all, juveniles, right? They're just children. Well, (16, 17) committing violent crimes. They don't look very much like children at that point. It's a sad thing. But the reality is, and we cannot disregard the safety of our communities. The communities from which these juvenile defendants are coming. I'm going to say some things here that I may get in trouble for, I don't know. Not with the chair, but, well, if there were anyone from the Fourth Estate actually listening. Look, for the most part, these defendants do not commit their crimes in upscale, high-income, gated communities. They don't. Crimes are committed, particularly violent ones, are committed where the defendants live for the most part. So let's not as we decide whether this is good policy or bad policy, let's not allow the juvenile defendant to be divorced from the public safety of the community in which he or she, and mostly he by statistics, lives. This bill comes at a time when the young people in our youth correction system for homicide, murder, increased by nearly a third in the year before the pandemic. Now, should a juvenile charged with murder perhaps be subject to detention? And that population increased by a third in the year before the pandemic. In the past 4 years, the number of youth in our Division of Youth Services for incarcerated there for homicide and manslaughter has risen by 141%. DYS reports that 41% of the youth in their custody were committed for a violent crime. That's over 31, an increase over a prior year of 31%. So, the fact is, and this is sad, this is troubling, the percentage of youth committed for violent crime has increased year over year for the past 5 years. Some would say, well, that's because we're over-incarcerating. Over-incarcerating for violent crimes? We're not talking about kids vandalizing mailboxes. We're not talking about kids spraying graffiti on the wall. We're not talking about kids shoplifting. We're not talking about youthful drug offenses. We're talking about violent crime. Violent crime occurring in the very communities with the highest crime rate, where it is not safe for many to be on the street. You know, if I voted for bills based on how they affected me, my votes would be very different in the General Assembly. If this bill passes, I don't think the crime rate in my neighborhood is going to go up, and I don't think that I'll be substantially less safe. Could be surprised. But our most socioeconomically challenged communities will be less safe. This is not in the interest of justice or public safety. Limiting the detention facilities available deprives those who deal with these problems with an eye both to how can we rehabilitate the young person, how can we prevent them from becoming an adult felon, an adult murderer, balanced against how do we keep our communities safe. And it is not a matter, let me tell you, having sat on the Juvenile Justice Reform Commission, it is not a matter of anyone in that room on either side of the courtroom, either side of the process, the front end or the back end of the process. It is not the goal of anyone there to incarcerate youth. One of the things about serving on that commission that impressed me was how much prosecutors, and youth probation officials cared deeply about keeping kids out of the system if it could be done at all, in any way, that did not unduly endanger public safety. Let me say that again. I was impressed as a legislator to learn of the commitment of the prosecutor and probation side and how much the professionals working there cared about the rehabilitation of young people and how much they wanted to avoid placing them in an incarceration detention situation if it could be avoided at all. Judges likewise, judges who cared deeply about turning kids around. People who, I have to say, if I'd worked in the system as long as they have, I think I would be throwing up my hands. And they don't. But cutting the number of beds and saying, well, we're going to limit detention of juveniles by cutting the number of available beds, we're going to cut the number of available beds when youth homicides have increased by 1/3 in our state. That just strikes me as irresponsible public policy. Now, many will disagree, I suppose, but in the same way that we shouldn't fill a bed just because it's there, we also shouldn't limit and tie the hands of those who work in juvenile justice so that they don't have the full range of options to both rehabilitate juveniles and protect the public safety. Because the job is both of those. And our responsibility as legislators is both of those. It is not the one or the other. If it was, this would be an easy job. There are a lot of things we do here that if that was the case, it'd be the easy job. We just always opt for that. Members, again, I appreciate the sponsor and others who support this bill. But as usual, there are a lot of good intentions in this building. I don't think there's anybody in this building that's has bad intentions. But there are blind spots. And when it comes to safety of our communities, when it comes to good juvenile justice policy, I submit to you that the bill has its blind spots. And the safety of our communities and the ability of our juvenile justice professionals to deal with the competing challenges of rehabilitation of young people Young people who've committed violent crimes, homicides, murders, rape, assault, and to try to do something so that life is not ruined, against how to safeguard against the ruining of many other lives. After all, to say there was a homicide is to say that there's a family that lost a loved one. There's a community with a loss, a disruption, a tragedy. And this bill says, well, we're going to limit our capacity to deal with all of that, to deal with the whole problem. Members, open the view screen, widen the aperture. The responsibility is not only to the juvenile defendant, the juvenile offender, and how do we rehabilitate them? It is to the community. It is to victims, to ensure that there are not other victims. I ask for no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In years prior, I have worked on an issue that I thought related to this bill, and I think it might still, maybe not. When we get into Title 18 and now Title 19, I refer to those, especially Title 18, as law about law. My good friend from El Paso County is an attorney. My friend from Weld County who serves on the Judiciary Committee, a former sheriff, and they know more about laws dealing with crime than I do. My time has been more in business regulation and education, finance. But one issue that I've worked on before, and I think my friend from El Paso County, the chair of Judiciary, was supportive of that, but jail time for truancy. And it really has bothered me in years past that we actually put kids in jail for not being in school. And in some of those cases, those kids are not just acting up and being rebellious, but maybe supporting themselves by working because they're in a very challenging home environment. But when I looked at Senate Bill 71, and I've been following the committee reports, the fiscal note, the revised fiscal note, originally the bill proposed to decrease the number of detention beds for juveniles from 327 to 188. The committee report, March 11, Judiciary, line 16, 17, changed that from 188 to 215. I see the revised fiscal note shows that, and I appreciate the bill sponsor's explanation earlier. I just want to understand the new numbers, are those truly just based on what we've seen over the past year because of COVID? And if that's the basis for 188 or now, 215, are we expecting COVID to continue to have the same kind of impact next fiscal year? I don't understand that. I'm hoping that the answer is no. And if the answer is no, we don't expect COVID to continue to have a similar impact in the next fiscal year, 2021 through 22. If the answer is no, then what's that number based on? And if the answer is yes, I guess then I'm into probably, Mr. Chair, I'd wander outside the title of the bill, but aren't the vaccines working? Wouldn't we expect a decrease of the impact of COVID? And if COVID has kept people at home or reduced the amount of crime that juveniles are involved in wouldn't, I hope it's not true, but if COVID was an impact in the past year and that's decreasing, wouldn't we maybe expect, especially with the weather getting warmer, that the frequency of juvenile crime might go back up to what it was before? So if the bill sponsor or the esteemed chair of Judiciary or my colleagues from Judiciary could help me understand the basis of the I don't want to misquote it, 215, is it COVID? And if so, what is our outlook for the next fiscal year and the impact of COVID on juvenile crime? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that question, Mr. Minority Leader. In the year before the pandemic, 69% of admissions to detention were for non-violent offenses. Let's remember that. The new numbers are not just based on COVID. And the new numbers are not based on COVID. We did stakeholdering for this bill for months and months and months. We crunched all the numbers. And speaking to my colleague, the good lawyer, good Senator Gardner, boy, those violent crimes will have my constituents and everybody in the state of Colorado up in arms. We are not talking about high-level crimes. We are talking about low-level crimes for kids who are going into detention centers. I don't want anyone who commits violent crimes to be on the streets. None of us want that. But for those low-level crimes, we want to make sure that we are being judicious about who we are putting behind bars. The current bed cap, 215, is really reasonable because over the years, the bed cap, we have been reducing it depending upon how many beds were being used. And we are not going to get to the number of 215 with the rate of what we are seeing right now. I want to give you a list of all of the people who are current supporters of this bill. Padres, Disability Law Colorado, Mental Health Colorado, Office of the Child's Representative, Office of Respondent Parents Council, Colorado Juvenile Defender Center, Rocky Mountain Children's Law Center, Colorado Criminal Justice Reform Coalition, Colorado Juvenile Defender Center, Colorado Attorneys Against Police Violence, Colorado Criminal Defense Bar, Alternate Defense Council, Office of the State Public Defender, I'll say that again, Office of the State Public Defender, Mirror Image Arts, Advocacy Center, CDAC DAs, and the counties. We have a huge number of supporters on this bill because we have done our research. One of the other key things I want to remind you of is juvenile incarceration really does harm kids. If we have kids in the detention centers, we want to make sure that we are not putting the kids in the detention centers who don't need to be behind bars.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colorado counties are not in support of this bill. The Sheriff's Association, not in support of this bill. I know for a fact after speaking with the district attorney from Judicial District 19, not in support of this bill. Additional restrictions on the state's ability to detain violent juvenile offenders is not in the interest of justice. From 2017 to 2020, Colorado authorities arrested an annual average of 970 juvenile offenders for violent crimes alone. Despite this, the bill proposed to limit the number of juveniles in the Department of Human Services detention facilities. At first it was for 188, now I believe it's at 215. This proposed cap is at least a 30% reduction to the current cap of 327. I just want to remind you all that the youthful offender system in the Department of Corrections, its capacity is capped at 256. This bill will severely restrict the ability of the state to detain violent offenders given the considerable gap between the caps and annual arrest of juvenile offenders, especially those for violent crimes. The cap will affect this. This bill would effectively return dangerous offenders to communities along with countless other lesser offenders. Members, I'm sure you all know, I've said it a couple times now, I was a county commissioner last year. And when the governor issued his executive order, it sent counties scrambling. We literally had to go pick up individuals from the detention facility and find placement for them. And it was very difficult to find placement for them. Essentially, that executive order forced offenders back into the community. We had to find places because we weren't finding them in foster care homes, in residential treatment facilities. That's where we had to go. So part of the reason that it was easy to make the cap during COVID, one, an executive order that said, come get these kids and get them out of here and put them someplace else in the community. And two, I just want to remind you all, the courts were closed. For basically almost a full year, the courts were closed. That didn't eliminate crimes. That didn't eliminate juvenile offenders. What it did was, again, force these offenders remaining into the community or back into the community, which is not in the interest of public safety. So I would ask for a no vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a member of the committee that heard this bill, I just do want to clarify the record that the counties are neutral on this bill because of amendments that we heard and moved in committee in order to address their concerns. Thank you.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rise in opposition to the bill, and I do appreciate the bill sponsors bringing this bill and the attempt at improving our justice system. However, this bill, much like a lot of the bills we've seen in criminal justice this year and in past years, we say in the business, we call it a hug-a-thug bill. We're allowing violent criminals, whether they're juvenile, well, in this case, juveniles, out into our communities. This bill would eliminate the ability of a judge to issue property or monetary bond against a juvenile defendant charged with a delinquent act. It would also allow for pretrial release of the defendant on an unsecured personal recognizance bond. If you're not in the system, a lot of people don't know what a PR bond is. It's a promise. Can't do that. Got to do this. I'll go halfway with you. Anyway, a PR bond is a promise. Like, I have my fingers crossed. I promise to appear, and that's what a PR bond is. So they'll release somebody on a PR bond in addition to options already existing for the juveniles to be released to the custody of their parents or their guardians, place the juvenile defendant in a temporary shelter, or detain the juvenile defendant without bail after determining that the individual poses a risk to others. Lastly, this bill modifies the statutory cap on juvenile detention beds. We already heard it. The cap is at 215 now. Well, let me tell you, this is a disturbing trend, in my opinion. In 2011, there was Senate Bill 217. The raw number of beds we had was 479 juvenile beds. And that bill dropped it down to 422 beds. A reduction of 57 beds or 12%. 2 years later, Senate Bill 177 had 422 beds for juvenile delinquents, and that bill reduced it down to 382, down 40 beds or 9%. A few years later, in 2019, we had the 382 beds, and it was dropped to 327 beds, down 55 or 14%. Now, 2021 comes along, and we want to drop that 327 beds to 215, which is down 112 beds, or 34% reduction. So just in a few short years, just those first three bills, we dropped the beds, 152 beds. Now with this one, we want to drop the beds even further to 200, or I'm sorry, we'll lose 262 beds in total over these few years, down to 215 beds. Let me tell you how that works. We put a cap on the beds. One jurisdiction, we heard from Denver, you get a certain number. You're only allowed a certain number of beds. So if Denver's already full, Denver will send their juveniles to another judicial district or to another area that has a facility. But once that facility reaches their maximum, they call Denver and say, hey, get your kid out of here because we don't have any more room. And then Denver will release that juvenile back into the community. We heard that they've been releasing people back into the community, these juveniles, for aggravated robbery, sex assaults, and victim rights crimes. That's what happens when we put caps on beds. One jurisdiction gets full, they put the kid in another jurisdiction, that jurisdiction gets full, and they release the violent criminal back into society. This bill is being introduced at a time when the number of young people in Colorado's youth correction system for homicide increased 32%. Now, you can probably say, well, we'll never release a kid that's wanted or was arrested for homicide back in the community. Well, that's just not the case. I just read a story today, it's not a juvenile, but there's a man that was arrested for first-degree murder under house arrest in Denver. And that person under house arrest has been traveling all over the state while he's waiting for trial. So we're going to see the same thing with juveniles. We're going to see these violent juveniles in our communities. Let me tell you what I heard from the DA up in Weld County. And this was a few months ago when we heard the bill. These are just some of the kids that would be released that are in detention right now, or at that time. 17-year-old, he's there for third-degree assault, but he had 2 priors, including strangulation. And he was in DHS placement when this happened. 14-year-old, second-degree assault, including strangulation, 7 total cases. 14-year-old, 3 cases of carrying a concealed weapon, robbery, and M1 theft. 17-year-old, assault in the 3rd degree with 4 separate total cases. Those are the type of kids that we're talking about that we won't have beds for. You know, the purpose of detention is twofold: public safety and deterrence. Releasing individuals before the judicial proceeding ignores, I believe, both of those purposes. Public safety, 70% of school shooters are under the age of 18. Colorado juveniles aggravated assault arrest rate, 92 per 100,000. That's 17th in the nation. Colorado juveniles weapons arrest rate, 68 per 100,000. That's tied for 9th in the nation. That's just the public safety side. The deterrence. If a juvenile that commits strangulation and assault over and over again is in detention, he won't be preying on our community. He will be deterred from committing further crimes. Folks, again, I think this bill is well-intentioned, but it's bad public policy at this time. It does nothing for the safety of our communities. Some juveniles just belong in a detention facility and not amongst our children roaming the streets. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Adoption of Senate Bill 71. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 108?
Senate Bill 108 by Senator Story concerning gas pipeline safety and in connections therewith increasing and clarifying the rulemaking and enforcement authority of the Public Utilities Commission.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Senate Bill 108 lay over until Thursday, May the 6th.
Okay. You've heard the motion to lay over Senate Bill 108. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and that will be laid over. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Senate Bill 137 lay over until Friday, May the 7th.
You heard the motion to lay over Senate Bill 137. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. 137 will be laid over. Okay. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 148?
Senate Bill 148 by Senators Gonzalez and Representative Escobar and Tipper concerning the creation of Financial Empowerment Office in the Department of Law.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 148 and the Finance and Appropriations Committee reports.
Is there any discussion to the Finance Committee report? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Finance Committee, we considered a few amendments to strengthen the policy, and appreciative of the conversation that we were able to have, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, the report is adopted. Senator Gonzalez to the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appropriately appropriated appropriations in the Appropriation Committee report. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, the report is adopted. Senator Gonzalez to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an incredibly transformative policy. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 148.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at Senate Bill 148, I was recalling legislation that had passed in prior session. I can't remember if it was last year or year before. But the prior bill that I was thinking back to put the state government in the business of creating savings accounts, investment accounts for people, and providing information to people about the opportunities to put money away for the future. I really scratched my head on that bill because financial planners in our society go out of their way to find young people who don't make a lot of money and get them set on the right course early. And I shared perspective that the financial planner that came and helped my wife and I right after we got married, when we made very little money and had very few assets, approached us specifically because of that. And it's troubling again with Senate Bill 148 that the state government would have an office regarding financial empowerment. Does that mean that I'm against financial empowerment? No. But there are hundreds, thousands of people here in our state who have careers based around helping people understand financial empowerment. Now, I remember on the prior bill that there was some criticism that, well, no, financial planners, whether they're involved with a bank or not, they want to do business with people who already have money. Well, yeah, they want to do business with people who have money, but persuading people who already have money to switch who they work with for financial planning, that's an art in and of itself, and it's really hard to get people to move away from where they're successful to something that's untested. The easier market is to reach out to people who don't make a lot of money and don't have assets. Now, is there a big return in that immediately? No. But helping people make smart decisions early in their money-making career means that there's a better opportunity for those people to have money later in their career. Whether it's a savings account or buying stocks or bonds or life insurance. There are hundreds, probably thousands of people in Colorado who do those things. And the perspective that they're not interested in dealing with people who don't make money, that's certainly not my experience. They go out of their way to find people and network with people and get referrals from friends and family for people who don't make a lot of money and don't have a lot of assets, because starting early, a little bit early matters, and a little bit over time, that's how interest accrues, and property values over time generally increase and assets tend to increase. There's ups and downs in markets, but that's part of the relationship building and learning that occurs. So to take the state of Colorado and put it in that position seems contrary to me. Why would the state of Colorado, as with the prior bill, why should the state of Colorado compete with the private sector and possibly reinforce the idea that people who don't make a lot of money can't get help learning how to make more money and actually have more money? There's a whole industry devoted to that. They have TV commercials on the TV constantly. You probably get emails or letters, postcards. Come to our seminar in your community and we'll explain these things to you. Those aren't people just looking to rip you off or anything. Those are usually people saying, we want to get to know you and work with you over decades. My wife and I have been together for coming up on 38 years, married 35 of those, and it couldn't have been more than a year into our marriage that a financial planner, through people I worked with, said, hey, can I come meet with you and your wife? And I can remember back then, yeah, but you understand, we don't make a lot of money, and we don't have a lot of assets. And his response was, that's exactly why I want to meet with you. I want to help you decades down the road have money and assets. So I'd be grateful to know why the state of Colorado should compete with that. And if anyone would care to help enlighten me, how in the world would you expect the government to do a better job than the private sector in teaching people those things? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 148. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 175 lay over to the bottom of the second reading calendar.
175 will be, we have a motion for 175 to be laid over to the bottom of the second reading calendar. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and 175 will be laid over. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 181?
Senate Bill 181 by Senators Fields and Quorum, Representative Hurd and Caraveo, concerning state agencies addressing health disparities in Colorado.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 181 and the Health and Human Service report.
There's a proper motion to the Health and Human Services report. Senator Quorum.
Thank you. Basically, in that we just changed a little bit of language going from disparities to and inequities throughout the bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We move to reject the committee report on appropriations.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is okay.
I got to tell you,
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Okay. The noes have it and the report is lost. To the bill. Senator Quorum. There is an amendment on the desk.
Senatorial
Clerk, please read Amendment J002.
Senatorial 5.
Amendment J002 to Senate Bill 181 by Senator Fields. Amend printed bill page 8, after line 8, insert section 8, appropriation 1.
Senator Fields.
I think he requested a senatorial 5, didn't he? Just go to the amendment.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we move Senate Bill Amendment J002.
Is there any discussion?
Go ahead.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the reason we rejected the appropriation report is because we're replacing it with appropriation clause that includes the appropriation that was already assigned to this initiative, and that was set aside by JBC for the health equity grants, and we urge an aye vote on J002.
Is there any discussion on J002? The motion is the adoption of Amendment J002. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the amendment is adopted. To the bill. Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 181 as amended.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 181. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted.
Go ahead.
Will the clerk please? Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 230?
Senate Bill 230 by Senators Hansen and Winter and Representative Valdez A. and Burnett, concerning a transfer of money from the general fund to the energy fund to finance programs of the Colorado Energy Office in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 230 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, in the Appropriations Committee, we made, I think, a very important amendment that basically required that the money be spent in a timely manner with proper reporting. Of course, Senate Bill 230 is part of the larger effort to stimulate Colorado's recovery, and so we felt like it was important to have clear deadlines on expenditure of the funds in this bill, and I ask for your support of the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very pleased to be joined on this bill by my friend and colleague and from Westminster. And I think this is a very important piece of our overall stimulus portfolio. I think this adds significant resource to an area of the economy that is poised to grow very quickly. And Senate Bill 230, I think, would be a great step forward for the state, and urge your support of the bill.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I encourage support of Senate Bill 230. This is a job creator. It's also good for the climate and moves Colorado forward. And I encourage a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 2. We have an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L003 to Senate Bill 230 by Senator Scott.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard this bill in committee. It's a very interesting bill. We certainly understand the motivation of the sponsors. But one of the problems with the bill is, if you all take a moment to read it, you'll notice that we're giving money to one individual in Ridgway, Colorado. One individual. $40 million. Now that's something unusual for us to do. It's a nonprofit run by one individual. And we asked him in committee, I'll try to pronounce his name, Paul Scharfenberger. It's a good try. Now, sounds like it. Now, just so that you understand, he was the past CFO of the Colorado Energy Office. I asked him in committee, did he develop this funding bank that he was asking for funding for? And he said yes. So he developed the program. Then he left the Colorado Energy Office and now is being funded by the Energy Office for $40 million. So we did some background checking to figure out who the Colorado Energy Fund is, so that's the name that's being used. We asked how many employees they had, and it's one. One. Mr. Paul Scharfenberger. Now, I don't know about you, colleagues, but that makes me just a little nervous. Now, we've been told it's stimulus money, don't worry about it, it's just stimulus money. Okay, I get that. It's going to a good cause, okay, I get that. And the idea is that they can fund energy programs for individuals, I believe, as I remember the testimony. But it's still very unsettling. Now, I'm not going to say that this gentleman tried to avoid the question, because he answered it very honestly. When he was confronted in committee, is this just you? And his answer was yes. And then, of course, we came back and said, we want to amend the bill. That's what this amendment is, L003. I move L003, by the way. And what this amendment does is tells this organization on January 15th, 2022, and annually thereafter until all state money has been expended by grant recipients pursuant to this subsection 3, the Colorado Energy Office shall provide a report with full accounting of the use of all grant money awarded. Not too much to ask, I don't think. The report must include amounts, dates for how the money has been granted, how it has been expended by each of the 3 entities that are mentioned in the bill, including the names, that's not too much to ask, of the contractors that got the money from this new bank system, vendors, grantees, or recipients of state money, how the money was to be used, and all overhead and administrative costs. All we're saying is, hey, by the way, Paul, how much you paying yourself? You just got $40 million. How are you going to pay yourself? Well, my good friend from Montrose understands what it costs to live in Ridgway, which is basically the Telluride area. It's a very spendy location. Is he going to buy a house? I don't know. What's he going to do? We just want to know where the administrative costs are going to be. The Colorado Energy Office shall distribute copies of the reports as follows. And of course, that would go back to our committees. Now, I was told in committee, Senator Scott, don't worry about it. They'll have to come report before a SMART Act hearing. How many of you have attended a SMART Act hearing? I think everybody. How long do they last? How many questions get asked? How much drill down do we really do in a SMART Act hearing? We all know it's not much. We get a nice PowerPoint presentation by one of the state agencies and they say, we're doing good, don't worry about it. Well, in this particular case, we're going to give somebody this kind of money, or let's just say access to this kind of money, and then we're going to wait a couple years and say, how's it going? Where's your PowerPoint? Show us your PowerPoint. How much did you loan out? How much did you spend on expenditures? How many answers will we really get? Now, I'm sorry, but I know this bill was drafted with the best of intentions. But any time you hand out this kind of money as a grant, which, by the way, means you don't pay it back, right? We all know that. Opens the door wide open for nefarious activity. We know it. We've seen it. It happens. It's unfortunate. But waiting for 2 years just to see what they did with the money just seems outrageous to me. That as a body, when we have so many needs in the state of Colorado, we'll be debating a funding bill for roads and bridges soon. We need funding in different places than this bill allows. And I've never, in my 10 years, 11 now, I don't remember ever seeing a bill like this, where we're just absolutely writing a check and demanding, matter of fact, in a certain number of days that will be done from the state treasury. It's a little scary. It's a little scary. Even the press picked up on this and said, you know, this is an interesting bill because we have scant information about this organization or the people in this organization. There's connections all the way back to New York. They've moved around a couple times, as you can see by the Secretary of State's website. Coalition for Green Capital. Where's that located? It's not here. It's a very interesting approach to what is trying to be accomplished. And it doesn't take long to find out who this person is. Was the CEO of the Colorado Energy Office before running the Colorado Energy Fund, which he established and developed the program at the Colorado Energy Office. Now, I have no doubts that this bill will just pass right through this body like something through a goose. But is this what we're supposed to do? Just because we can doesn't mean we should. $30 million, $40 million in a check. Please tell me how to do this. Please tell me how to set up a separate nonprofit and then convince some of my colleagues, I need $30 million. I'm going to go out and do all this good for everybody. And I'll come back in a couple of years and tell you how it goes. I'll do a PowerPoint for you and make you believe that it's helped so many. Something about this stinks to high heaven. I would suggest that we need to take a deep dive on this bill before third reading and ask for a lot of questions. There's something very, very wrong here. And just to stand up here and go, hey, I move Senate Bill 230 on second reading, final passage, and just boom, done, done. We know what the chair will do. See ya, down the road we go. I think I'd be a little nervous if I was that group of people that want this thing just to go flying through the legislature. I'm sure you're going to hear some great words on how we should not allow this amendment. The reporting is required already. What else could you possibly want? Scary stuff, scary times. How much money are we going to do this with? How many more bills are we going to see that just grant somebody money? An organization, a nonprofit, with one individual I'd love to have $40 million at my disposal. And trust me, I could hire a lot of attorneys and a lot of folks to tell everybody just how good I was and what I was doing with that. A little scary. Makes me nervous. Hopefully it makes you nervous as well. I asked for the adoption of L003 so that we can, at the very least, put some sideboards on this. But we have an opportunity to look at this so we don't end up in a terrible situation in a couple of years. I implore you, please take a look at this amendment. If it's okay, if there's nothing wrong with this program, if it's all above board and there's just nothing wrong, so what's wrong with having some accounting? What's wrong with us taking a look and having some reporting coming back to us as the legislators? If it's not okay, then I can understand why people would say, don't support this amendment. If that's the case, something stinks to high heaven, and we need to dig in and find out what it is. Please vote aye on L003.
Is there any discussion on L003? Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and really appreciate this important discussion brought forward by L003. And I think we're left with the impression from the good senator from Grand Junction that there is something foul smelling here. There is something amiss, and I want to address those arguments head on. The bill currently has significant oversight and reporting built into the program. This legislature will know who's getting the grants. We will know who's getting the loans that are in this bill. We have that in the draft you currently have in front of us, and L003 therefore is duplicative and not necessary. But I want to go further. You're also left with the impression from the last set of remarks that this is a bunch of kind of a slush fund for grants, and it's going to be handed out and we'll have no idea where those dollars are going. That's absolutely not the case. In fact, most of the dollars in this bill are part of a revolving loan fund, meaning the state will be paid back, meaning as we get those loans repaid, we can then make new loans to support new jobs and new investment. That is the idea here. We're putting a big snowball at the top of the mountain and let it get bigger and bigger and create more and more benefits for the state of Colorado. That's what the revolving loan fund does. Please do not buy into this perception that this is some slush fund of unaccountable grants. Just the opposite. The final thing I want to address is the mechanism. This is a mechanism that has already been used in the state of Colorado. In fact, we had federal money from the last Recovery Act in 9 and 10 that used this same setup of revolving loans to help businesses regrow jobs and make new investment. We're using that same exact principle here, the same exact function. It has been used in the state already, so I urge a no vote on L003.
Any discussion on L003? Seeing Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing lacking in Senate Bill 230 is any kind of restraint, any kind of sideboard, any kind of limit on administrative fees. If you get a grant from the federal government, there's a limit on how much you can use for administrative fees. The rest of it has to go to the project. If you get a grant from the state, or a pass-through even from the state, there's a limit on administrative fees. That's fine. Administrative fees are a fact of life. You can't have people out there putting asphalt down without having people in the office doing work. Just to pick roads as an example. However, we are turning over $40 million to a brand new nonprofit, new enough they don't have a 990 on file at the Secretary of State's office. We're turning that money over to them, or to that nonprofit. It's not a them at this stage of the game, it's a nonprofit with a person, and saying, go forth and do good. I hope it works the way it's been described. I hope this revolving fund snowballs and good things happen out of this money. I probably would have found another use for a good share of this money, but this is the number we have and this is the way it's going to go.
So in thinking about how do you distribute $40 million, you don't have one person do it. We know he's got to spin up an office. He's got to get people on board. He's got to have people to write the rules for the grants, the grant forms, all those good things. And then, oh, by the way, when they come in, somebody has to review these grants. And this has been described as kind of the seed money. So, you know, for a $3 million grant going here, the expectation is it's going to be matched to a very large degree or larger degree by some other funding source to make this multiply and snowball, as you will, as it rolls downhill. What L003 does, it puts some reporting requirements, some additional reporting requirements, some quicker, sooner reporting requirements on your overhead and administrative cost. You don't have to wait 2 years to hear how the money was spent. We'll get a report every year. We'll know this time next year how big the organization is, if they've made any grants, what their office expenses are, what their payroll expenses are. Because when we give this away to this brand new nonprofit, the state loses all oversight. We no longer are able to put them under our procurement policies. We lose all control there. And I would urge an aye vote on L003 just to put very short actually sideboards on this new nonprofit. We probably really should have had some hard numbers in there. No more than X percent, is allowed for administrative. No more than, X percent goes to any one grant. We didn't. We left it wide open, and let's at least get them in here sooner to report how they're spending that money. I urge an aye vote on L003.
Is there any discussion? Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. And I will keep my comments at this time to the amendment. I think it's a good idea to put the guardrails up, so we know. This is, we are working on uncharted ground right now. I don't know of anyone ever getting state funding when they are basically the head of a department. They create a new program while you're the head of that department. You resign from that position and take this new position over without any guardrails on a timely fashion. 2 years down the road, we find out, was this a good idea? I don't object to what the sponsor is trying to do. I object to the vehicle that is being used. The old farm story is that, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it might be a duck. And when questioned about, well, how are you funding it now? This is a one-man operation. You're about to get $40 million. How are you funding now? Well, somebody from New York is helping. That's not good enough answer. That's not good enough. This is extremely bad policy for us to be setting up without guardrails, immediate guardrails. To hand over $40 million and say, well, in a couple of years, we want to know how you did. I think that's wrong. I don't object to the program. I don't object to the policy. But I do object to handing this over. Why didn't the Colorado Energy Office do an RFP and come up with a proposal? I bet there's companies out there right now that have a spreadsheet, that have a history, that could say, yeah, we can do this, and we'll do it right. We'll take this. But to take the situation where an employee of the state sets up a private nonprofit that he is the head of, he resigns his job and takes this position is absolutely wrong. So I ask for an aye on the amendment.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the amendment as well. One of the speakers a few ago said that we would have an impression that there was something nefarious afoot, or there was something sunk to high heaven, based on the good senator's comments from Grand Junction. Well, let me leave no doubt. That's not an impression, that's a fact. Something does stink to high heaven on this. And I believe something nefarious could be coming out of this. To give that much money to a startup, to a nonprofit that has no track record, and then not have any accounting for that is wrong. And the good senator from Denver said, oh, we do have accounting. It's in the bill. We get a full accounting. Well, according to this bill, the full accounting is the Colorado Energy Office shall report the amounts of all grants awarded under the subsection and the purpose with which the grant money is dedicated. That is not a full accounting. They'll just say, hey, we gave $30 million to this nonprofit, and it was so he could do business. What a full accounting is this amendment. A full accounting of all the grant money awarded. The report must include amounts and dates for hires grant money has been expended by each of the three entities, including the names of all contractors, vendors, guarantee recipients of state money, how the money was to be used, and all overhead and administrative costs associated with expending the money, to include his salary. That's a full accounting. The report of all grants awarded under the subsection 3 and the purpose of which the grant money is dedicated is not an accounting at all. We shouldn't wait for 2 years for a smart hearing to figure out where all that money went, where all that money was wasted at. So I'd ask for a yes vote on 03.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I too rise in support of L003. Members, as we all know, that this is being left up to a brand new nonprofit. I'm not sure if it's brand new, but it sounds like it is. But for those of us who are aware of nonprofits, that they have to file a IRS form 990. That's the gold standard for nonprofits, is to have this 990. And this nonprofit that this gentleman is the sole gatekeeper for has never filed a Form 990. So we're taking it upon his one word. We're taking upon his one word that we have a brand new nonprofit that's never filed a 990. We don't know anything about the nonprofit. We know very little about this gentleman. Barely pronounce his name, Schwarzenberger, whatever his name is. I believe Paul Schwarzenberger. We really don't know his credentials as well. Mr. Chairman, it's kind of hard to hear down here.
Members, as people are speaking as well, let's be quiet, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, members, I would just ask for a little fiduciary responsibility and oversight by us. I also remember back in 2008, 2009, when the federal government was throwing out money for supposedly shovel-ready projects. And there was a company, I believe, based here in Colorado called Solyndra that we funded to the tune of some like $800 or $900 million, and all went down a rat hole. We lost it all. So with all due respect to the sponsor of the bill, I think that we need to have a closer oversight. I urge an aye vote on L003.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And we've had a chance to take a close look at L003 over the last few minutes. I really appreciate this debate. I think this is one of these great examples of sort of the belts and suspenders idea. I think there is adequate reporting in the bill. I think this would strengthen it. I've had a chance to talk with and look at this from several different angles. And with that, we consider this a friendly amendment. I urge passage of L003.
Motion is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the amendment is adopted. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 230. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 18?
Senate Bill 18 by Senator Moreno and Representative Escar concerning continuing the necessary document program indefinitely.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Senate Bill 18 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report, the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Appropriations Committee appropriated $250,000 for the continuation of this program. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor say aye. Those no. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and the report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L001?
Amendment L001 to Senate Bill 18.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment L001.
Is there any discussion? Senator Moreno.
Colleagues, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this amendment is coming forth because there was some concern about the program just continuing on and not having any kind of reporting mechanism. So this would establish that mechanism to have some level of reporting. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? The motion is adoption of Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one clarification for the bill sponsor. I'm sorry, there were a couple of conversations going on. I wasn't sure. Did the good senator from Commerce City ask for a no vote on L001 or a yes vote? I do appreciate the effort because I understand my colleague, the other senator who doesn't live in Parker, had expressed some concern that there was no sunset, and I am hoping that he will be back to the chamber here momentarily. If the bill sponsor could also address, again, first, did he ask for a yes vote or a no vote? Does he consider this a friendly amendment? And do appreciate the opportunity to put some form of sunset date in the bill.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader, for the question. I did ask for a yes vote on the amendment and have worked with the other senator from Douglas County on some of this language.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my friend from Commerce City. I am grateful to have that clarification, and also just the premise of the amendment that it would create some sunset. I know our good friend, former Senator Lois Court, was notorious for putting sunsets into bills when they came through her committee. I do understand that my colleague from Douglas County is en route to the Senate chamber. In fact, I see him here, Mr. Chair, and he may actually put his hand up momentarily and ask to be recognized. So thank you for your patience, Mr. Chair. I believe the other senator who doesn't live in Parker is on his way to the well to raise his hand to make that request, or not.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Mr. Chair, maybe we have a senatorial 30 or 1, 30 seconds? 30 seconds? Oh, here he is. No.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for that break. Want to thank the bill sponsor for being open to considering this. This document program is something I felt was necessary. I mentioned that in committee, but I was concerned that we were eliminating any sort of sunset or government oversight on this program ever. And if technology continues to change, hopefully we live in a world at some point in time where people aren't having to scramble around looking for documents that the government has decided that we have to have in order to get certain things done. So am I thrilled about needing to have a program in place that helps people gather up their documents? No, I'm not thrilled about that. But being well aware that it is government that very often puts these burdens on citizens where they can't drive a car, they can't get a job, they can't receive any sort of public benefits without these documents. Well, we'd be kind of hypocritical if then, as a society, we said we weren't going to help people when they lose those documents, particularly to no fault of their own. So I'm very glad that the sponsor agreed to put this on, and I'd encourage an aye vote.
Any discussion on L001? The motion is the adoption of Amendment L001. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we've talked about briefly, this bill merely helps folks secure some necessary documents that we all know are critical for access to public benefits, to proving identification for a bank account, et cetera. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 18. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1133?
House Bill 1133 by Representative Mullican and Judah and Senators Patterson and Priola concerning strategic resources for kindergarten through 12th grade schools to provide a safer environment for kindergarten through 12th grade students who have been diagnosed with a seizure disorder.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move House Bill 1133. There is no committee report.
To the bill, Senator.
Members, this is a really good bill that'll help include
Senator
seizure
Priola.
training.
1 second, please. There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L003?
L003 to House Bill 1133 by
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L003 to House Bill 1133.
That's a proper motion, Senator Priola.
Yeah, members, this is a minor cleanup amendment. We omitted a portion for charters in one portion of the bill. This adds them in. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on L003? The motion is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will speak to 1133 if my co-prime sponsor would also like to come on over and say a few words. This is a good bill we heard in education that'll help with seizure training in public schools. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on 1133? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of 11. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank both the sponsors for 1133. While this has nothing specific to cannabis-based medicine, that topic has brought me into the overall discussion of treatment of seizures in schools. I'm very grateful that my wife and I have never had to deal with a seizure in either one of our sons. But knowing families who have to deal with those sometimes many times every day, this kind of education, this kind of familiarity for the adults in our public schools can only help. I will be a yes vote, and I just want to say thank you to my friend from Adams County and my friend from Jefferson County for bringing House Bill 1133.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1133. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Would the clerk please read the title to 1217?
House Bill 1217 by Representative Bockenfeld and Bacon, and Senators Fields and Lundin concerning active duty military family enrollment in public schools.
Senator Lundin.
You have the amendment? I need it.
You got it?
Do you guys have the amendment? No, I don't. We need to take a 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested. We'll take a Senatorial 5. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1217, the Education Committee report, and acknowledge there's an additional amendment at the desk.
To the committee report.
So this is a bill that helps coincide when our military families move around the country at the behest and timing of the military. Sometimes it does not coordinate with the local school district timing. This would allow those military families to be able to participate in the school of their choice simply by allowing them to use the base post as an address to begin the process of enrollment early on, and a few other small changes to make it easier for our military families to do what they need to do. To this question of U.S. Space Command, which belongs in Colorado, can I get an amen on that? This is one of the sorts of things that Colorado needs to bring in order to show the military that Space Command, which is in Colorado, should remain in Colorado. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L006?
Amendment L06 to House Bill 1217.
Senator Lundin.
Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L006, and I'd be happy to explain it.
Thank you, Senator Lundin. Please explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In continuation of the conversation we were just having, a student gets enrolled, and this bill, this amendment to the bill simply says if they happen to show up in the 5th grade or 6th grade, that they matriculate on into the feeder school, the next logical school, without further difficulties, without the need for additional enrollment. This simply says that which we intended to do works beyond just the elementary or middle or high school. It works in connection of all three.
Is there any discussion on L006? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill.
It's a great bill. Vote yes, colleagues.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wish that many of you had an opportunity to kind of hear the testimony that was shared with us in committee, because it was really heartfelt. Because we heard from some of the military families some of the challenges that they have. Because oftentimes you are asked to relocate to a different base every 2 to 3 years. In the course of that, in order to have open enrollment, you have to have a physical address. And so we had parents saying that I had to put my kids in private school, or they had to rent a location before they can enroll. But basically what this bill does, it provides greater access and parity and fairness for military families that sacrifice so much to protect our country and our state. So vote yes on this bill.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the testimony on this bill was incredible. It was very enlightening. I think it pointed to a real problem that we have in our state, and it wasn't a problem with our education system. That was actually complimented several times about our ability to allow school choice, the quality of the education that we offer. That was not what was in question. What was in question was the fact that these military families don't know where they're going to be where they're going to be located to. They don't know when they're going to have to pick up and move. And unfortunately, without that address piece, we cannot help these families move forward. So I encourage your yes vote on this bill. It's a good bill, and I can't believe that it took us this long to figure this out. I want to compliment the two sponsors that worked on this and the sponsors in the House, because this was just a common sense bill, and I'm really glad that we're moving it forward.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1217. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 27 and Senate Bill 175 lay over until tomorrow, May 5th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 27 and 175 until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and those bills will be laid over. Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the committee is a rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Would the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 16 as amended, Senate Bill 69 as amended, 71 as amended, 148 as amended, 181 as amended, 230 as amended, 18 as amended. Passed on second reading order and gross and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1133 as amended, 1217 as amended, passed on second reading order, revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 27 and 175 laid over until May 5th and retaining their place in the calendar. Senate Bill 108 laid over until May 6th, retaining its place in the calendar. Senate Bill 137 laid over until May 7th and retaining its place in the calendar.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
Motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 016 as amended, Senate Bill 069 as amended, Senate Bill 071 as amended, Senate Bill 148 as amended, Senate Bill 181 as amended, Senate Bill 230 as amended, Senate Bill 018 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered and grossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1133 as amended, House Bill 1217 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 027, Senate Bill 175 laid over until 5521, retaining its place on the calendar. Senate Bill 108 laid over until 5621, retaining its place on the calendar. Senate Bill 137 laid over until 5721, retaining its place on the calendar. The following change in bill sponsorship will occur. Senator Kolker will be added as a Senate joint prime sponsor along with Senator Gonzalez on Senate Bill 148. Consideration of resolutions. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 016?
Senate Joint Resolution 16 by Senators Lundin and Winter and Representative Gray concerning the designation of Interstate 25 Bridge over 17th Avenue as the Richard R.J. Lawrence Bridge.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. My co-prime sponsor of this Senate Joint Resolution 21016, the good senator from Winterville, but not Wintersville, will be joining me shortly. In the meantime, I move Senate Joint Resolution 21016 and ask that it be read at length.
Will the clerk please read Senate Joint Resolution 016 at length?
Senate Joint Resolution 16 by Senators Lundin and Winter and Representative Gray concerning the designation of the Interstate 25 Bridge over 17th Avenue as the Richard R.J. Lawrence Bridge. Whereas Richard R.J. Lawrence was president and CEO of Lawrence Construction, a family-owned company founded in 1924 and headquartered in Littleton, Colorado, and whereas R.J. Lawrence was a fourth-generation Coloradan, born in Denver, Colorado, to Earl Roger Lawrence and Betty Jo Otto Lawrence, along with siblings Barbara Jo and William Roger. And whereas R.J. Lawrence graduated from Arapahoe High School in 1974, graduated from Colorado State University in 1978, and earned his professional engineering license in 1984. And whereas in 1982, R.J. Lawrence married Polly Peterson, and they had two children, Anne Kathleen Lawrence and Scott Roger Lawrence. And whereas in 1995, R.J. Lawrence took over managing Lawrence Construction full-time and worked both in the field and with design partners to ensure the best outcome for construction projects across Colorado. And whereas R.J. Lawrence was the president of the Colorado Contractors Association in 2011 and was the Colorado Contractor of the Year in 2013, and he was a founding member of the Rocky Mountain Minority Contractor Association to help the industry be more inclusive. And whereas R.J. Lawrence successfully pioneered fast-track and design-build technologies that have been well received in the construction industry. And whereas in 1996 he pioneered the 48-hour bridge, using precast concrete to replace a bridge over Mitchell Gulch in Douglas County in 48 hours. And whereas Lawrence Construction often worked on notable projects in Colorado, including environmental reclamation work and the Interstate 25 bridge over 17th Avenue. And whereas this bridge, sometimes called Bronco Bridge, showcases value-engineered precast concrete arches honoring the history of the original steel arches. And whereas R.J. Lawrence pioneered precast, pre-stressed curved U-tub girders to enhance bridge design and construction, and whereas the E470 flyover bridge was the first in the world to have precast curved U-tub girders spliced onto the ground and set on piers. And whereas the pre-stressed curved U-tub girders used to build the elevated interchange in Trinidad, Colorado were the first in the world. And whereas R.J. Lawrence was the first to build U-tub girder bridges for the Nevada-Tejon interchange in Colorado Springs, saving the state hundreds of thousands of dollars on the project. And whereas R.J. Lawrence proposed building curved precast pre-stressed U-tub girders, he was told it couldn't be done, and he proved them wrong through engineering. And whereas R.J. Lawrence was known for his saying, "You can't hardly." And whereas R.J. Lawrence was a pioneer for Colorado highways and infrastructure, he was a contractor who inspired innovation through outside-the-box ideas that have helped to drive Colorado's infrastructure to new levels. R.J.'s ideas have shown what is possible in Colorado heavy civil construction and beyond. And whereas R.J. Lawrence was always proud to be a Colorado contractor and build some of Colorado's best infrastructure projects, now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 73rd General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, 1, that the Interstate 25 Bridge over 17th Avenue be officially designated as the Richard R.J. Lawrence Bridge. 2, that the Colorado Department of Transportation may accept and expend gifts, grants, and donations for the purpose of the initial placement of signs on either side of the bridge for the Richard R.J. Lawrence Bridge. And 3, that the Colorado Department of Transportation may explore a cooperative agreement with the City and County of Denver for the maintenance of the markings for the Richard R.J. Lawrence Bridge. Be it further resolved that copies of this joint resolution be sent to his wife, Polly Lawrence, his children, Ann Lawrence and Scott Lawrence, his siblings, Barbara Jo Hadley and William Roger Lawrence, Lawrence Construction, Greg Rees, designer Bronco Bridge, the City of Trinidad, the Los Animas County Commissioners, the Colorado Contractors Association, and John Alway, President of Football Operations for the Denver Broncos.
Is there any discussion? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am very excited to stand before you today and honor this phenomenal person. It takes a special person to build things and build infrastructure, and that infrastructure impacts our everyday quality of life and how we move around, and how we get to work, and how we get to school. And RJ built much of the infrastructure that we take for granted in Colorado, and including the bridge that we are going to name after him. And that's the least we can do for someone that dedicated so much time and passion to building our infrastructure. He made sure that we were being innovative in how we built infrastructure. He set a standard of excellence in this state for how we built infrastructure. But more importantly, he was a phenomenal husband and father and friend. He never let the physical limitations
limit him from experiencing life and joy and celebration. He always listened to people and got to know them. He sincerely cared and wanted to know about everyone and their families and their motivations and how they were feeling that day. He loved his family and his children and cared deeply about his role. He was a fourth-generation president of the Contractors Association and dedicated to building the infrastructure that impacts our lives every single day, and we are entirely grateful for his contribution to Colorado.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, please feel free to sit down if you'd like to. Paula, you don't sit down. So I met Representative Polly Lawrence when I walked into the Colorado House of Representatives in 2015. She was the assistant minority leader at the time. Her and RJ's, Rick's children, Ann and Scott, are here in the corner of the chamber with us. It's great to have people down here on the floor with us. Really, I met RJ, Rick. I always called him RJ. I met him multiple times, but I didn't get to know him really until Israel. It was in the King David Hotel in Jerusalem, where Paulie and RJ and my wife and I sat down and had a cocktail and shared conversation and got to know an individual who we all know, based on this resolution and the man we've experienced, as an incredible engineer, UTUB, pre-stressed, curved girder. Boy, is that an engineering mouthful or what? An incredible contractor. He built or extended a family enterprise that is well known not only in the state but in the region and across the nation. But he was an innovator. He saw problems in a way that challenged him to create solutions. And he applied his engineering and his contracting skills to come up with innovative solutions. But I will tell you, the man that I got to know, began to get to know that time at the King David Hotel in Jerusalem, was a whole blessing of a human being. He was the kind of person you were better for the time you spent in the presence of R.J. Lawrence. He obviously attracted an incredible woman to be his wife, and they have two wonderful children, so you can see the continuation of his life in them. And RJ ultimately became to me a friend, and I miss him at this time. He was, and this is a footnote that I was just told just a short while ago, today is apparently Star Wars Day. I didn't know that, but it's Star Wars Day. And RJ was a huge Star Wars fan. Maybe that's where the innovation that bubbled up from him came from, is that love of things of the future. Who knows what it was? But it is my honor to stand and speak on behalf of a man whom I truly enjoyed and his family, R.J. Lawrence. And it is appropriate now. There's people who walk over I-25 to the Broncos Stadium, whatever the name may be at some point in the future, will cross a bridge that has a unique and innovative design created out of the mind and hands of R.J. Lawrence. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues.
Further discussion. Sir Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank the sponsors for bringing this resolution. RJ was an incredible man, a good friend. You know, he's one of those people that you meet, very few in a lifetime, that you spend a little time with him and you think, my God, I wasted a lot of years not knowing this man. Truly incredible, very pleasant to be around. His intelligence was amazing to me, and that he could sit down with a simple country farm kid and have a great conversation. But a truly wonderful man. I travel 285 all the time, and I remember the bridge at at Johnson Village. I think that may have been Scott's first job, where that structure was built alongside and slid into place. Amazing. I kind of wish I had him right now on my project on Highway 50, where the road is closed 19 hours a day. But he's, I will never forget RJ, and he will be in my memory forever because I believe his last project, the Highway 160, Highway 550 interchange, was his last project that he put together. And very excited to do that. I know that RJ will be a part of that project forever. And I am truly humbled to know RJ and the entire Lawrence family. Thank you.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to have you in the chamber with us, Representative Lawrence. We had the opportunity to serve together in the House previously, and I also got to spend time to get to know her and RJ when we were in Israel. We had lots of adventures, including camel riding in Jordan. Something that I really appreciated about RJ was he was so interested in, he was always willing to go for whatever adventure was coming up, but also wanted to know what you thought about things and why. And he always said, we might not agree, but I always enjoy having these conversations. Such a kind person. But the thing that really stuck out to me when I was hanging out with them was how much they loved each other. And to the point where it brought tears to your eyes, hanging out with them on how much they adored each other. And so just my sincere condolences to you and your family. I can't imagine the pain and loss. And it's an honor just to be able to do this little thing in acknowledging RJ here in the chamber.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to senators who are bringing Senate Joint Resolution 16 forward, and I definitely rise in support of this resolution. I don't know that everybody knows, but I live in District 39, even though it's a really weird shaped district. I'm like in the farthest possible place, I think, to live from RJ and Polly that you can be in that district. And so when I first decided to run for office, the only two electeds that I really spent a lot of time talking with early on were Senator Mark Scheffel, who was my senator, who lived just a few hundred yards north of me, and Representative Polly Lawrence, who was nice enough to entertain me for coffee at that time and did not discourage me from being here amongst you today. So part of this is her fault, and you can blame her. I did not get to know RJ nearly as well as I think a lot of us wish we could or should have. He wasn't one of those people that I thought was not going to be here 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, honestly. I mean, conversations that we had, events and dinners and that type of thing, he would complain about aches and pains and surgeries that he needed to have. But to me, he always felt like he was it always appeared that he was getting better and improving each day. So this came as a real shock to me. And he was a great guy to spend time with. He was a great guy for a newly elected to give you words of encouragement. And I feel really, really grateful for knowing him, even albeit as short as it was. So thank you, Representative Lawrence, for sharing RJ with all of us as best you could. Again, thank you to the bill sponsors for bringing this forward.
Further discussion. Senator Priolo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too, members, rise in support of SGR 16. I had the pleasure of serving with Polly in the House for many years. I did know RJ, not as well as those who traveled in Israel, but a wonderful man, with a very wonderful legacy. I can't think of any legacy, in life other than your children than leaving buildings and structures. It must feel much like the pharaohs did back in antiquity. But please Google Broncos Bridge and you'll see the bridge that goes over I-25. It's very elegant and beautiful, and going forward every time I go to a game or ride my bike along the bike path, I think it will be fitting to remember Mr. Lawrence and the good work he did for the state of Colorado. I will tell you one story about how he used his engineering ability, and maybe Polly will remember this. Over in the house, we had a competition, and there was a bowl with a bunch of marbles, I believe, in it. And the goal was to figure out how many marbles were in it. And so I believe Polly consulted her husband, RJ, and they figured out the mathematical equation to approximate, and they got the number right. So I'll always remember that story as well. So what a wonderful man with a wonderful legacy for the state of Colorado, and he will be missed.
Senator Buckner.
Mr. President, I stand in strong support of SJR 21-016. I first met Polly when I was fairly new to the House of Representatives, and she was so welcoming, and even though we were on different sides of the aisle, we really got to know each other well. I did not know her husband, but I know what kind of man he is because of Polly. One of the things I think most people don't know is the fact that he was a founding member of the Rocky Mountain Minority Contractor Association to help the industry be more inclusive. And I know so many people who started their careers because of your husband and his willingness to want to share his skills with them. Polly and I belong to a club that we don't want anybody else to be a part of, being widows, but I just wanted to tell you today how much I appreciate your husband, even though I really didn't get to know him, but I know him through you. So I'm so proud of this resolution. Thank you, Polly.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. And oh, it is so nice to finally have the opportunity to talk about our friend R.J. Lawrence. Last year, there were tears in Douglas County. We got an email, and we came to learn that one morning, about a year ago, that Polly went to check on R.J., and he was gone. See, R.J. was like my wife and I, and like his wife. We'd spent a lot of time in the Douglas County Republican Party, precinct leader, assistant captain, district captain, state representative, state senator. The Lawrence family are an example of some of the best people I've ever had the opportunity to know. They are gracious. They don't get mired in differences. And somewhat ironic, I suppose, maybe it isn't ironic at all, telling, that I have such a high opinion of Polly and RJ. Yeah, my wife and I, Diane and I, we got to go to Israel on that same trip, and Diane was struggling with pneumonia during that trip. She couldn't move around a lot or quickly. And I think our last day in Jerusalem, she and RJ went out with a guide and spent time together because RJ was struggling pain in his legs and hip. And Diane was so impressed and just so excited, she talked about her day with RJ. Why is that important for me to come tell you? Well, this isn't about me. This is about the Lawrence family. How many of you have served in the General Assembly with someone you defeated in a primary? Anybody? Well, in August of 2010, 237 people in Douglas County decided that I would be their next state representative and not Polly. So is this about me? I'm up here gloating. No, I'm up here to give you a testimony. The next day, Wednesday, Polly Lawrence came to my house and got my yard signs, and she wouldn't put them out in her yard. And she asked her supporters to support me. How many of you can say that? How many of you can compliment someone you defeated in a primary? Well, I can, and I'm proud to say it. I'm also proud to say that in 2012, we got a new House district, that big U-shaped district with Teller County stuck onto it, where my colleague, who also does not live in Parker, lives. And it was really cool, because my predecessor, Senator Ted Harvey, was one of the first, maybe the first, to endorse Polly Lawrence in her second House campaign. And my wife supported her. And I supported her. We couldn't vote for her because we live in a different district. But how many of you can say those things about someone you've had a campaign against? I can. And for Ann and Scott, your dad was awesome. And I hope there's been times where maybe my name has been taken in vain in your home back in 2010. I hope maybe there was. But you know what? I want to say thank you. And Polly, thank you. Because you've been an example that is so rare in politics of grace, graciousness, of friendship, and joy. And it was so hard last year seeing there were memorial services planned that we could come and be with each other and pour out our hearts and talk about RJ and support the Lawrence family. And COVID didn't allow that to happen. Got rescheduled, bumped, tried again, no. Today I finally get an opportunity to just stand before you colleagues and say RJ Lawrence was a great man. His wife is a great woman. And his kids are exceptional children, adults now. And I'm proud to know you all. Thank you for such a rare example in politics, Representative Lawrence. Godspeed, RJ.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I thank the sponsors for bringing the resolution not only to honor RJ, but to tell us a little more about him, about his pioneering in construction. And I do a lot of work with clients in that business, and it is a challenging business. It is a business, as the Lawrence family knows, that has great risk, great challenges, great opportunities, but it is incredibly competitive. And RJ was a competitive man, but in the best of all senses, because I remember the last time I saw him, it was before the pandemic, early in the session last year. I was at a reception, and the thing I remember most was what I will always remember about him. He had a great smile and greeting for me. Always when he saw me, he would light up, but that was exceeded by 10 or 100-fold when he talked about Polly. He loved Polly, he loved his children. He was a great friend, and as I say, I look back and I think the last time I saw him, I never thought that would be the last time I saw him. I know all of us feel that way so many times. And I think what a privilege it was to know him and how much he loved his family more than anything else. That is what I will remember about him and admire about him the most. Thank you, Mr. President.
Representative Lawrence, I too want to echo all that has been said. It's good to see you, my friend. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, you will now have the opportunity to vote, among other things, that the Interstate 25 bridge over 17th Avenue be officially designated as the Richard R.J. Lawrence Bridge. Nothing could be more fitting. An innovative design constructed out of concrete in a way that's pre-stressed and curved to do something incredibly unique, to transport people safely over danger beneath, to connect one side to the other in a permanent way. R.J. Lawrence, a fitting tribute. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 016. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 016 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senator Lundin.
Mr. President, we endeavored to get every name in the chamber on the resolution as it was introduced. If there are other names that aren't already on it and you want to open for that, we certainly would do that, or we'd request that the morning roll call be included, whatever would make my colleagues most comfortable.
Would you mind substituting that for the current roll call, Senator Lundin?
Please, that is my motion, sir.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors on Senate Joint Resolution 016.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
The Senate will stand in a brief recess.
Thanks for including.
The Senate will come back to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr.
Majority.
President. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, May 5th.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted, and the balance of the calendar will lay over until 5/5/21. Message from the House.
May 4th, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading transmitted to advisory statutes, House Bill 1237 amended as printed in House Journal April 30th. The House has passed on third reading transmitted to advisory statutes, House Bill 1267. The House has passed on third reading here and returns herewith Senate Bills 143, 198, and 160. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to advisory statutes, Senate Bills 226, 008, and 17 amended as printed in House Journal May 3rd.
Message from the Reviser.
May 4th, we herewith transmit without comment House Bills 1267 without comment as amended, House Bill 1237 without comment as amended, Senate Bills 226, 8, and 17.
Is it just your two committees?
Announcements. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Transportation and Energy is going to start at 2:30 today, not 2 p.m., 2:30 today. Transportation and Energy, 2:30.
Senator Gonzalez.
Gracias, Presidente. The Senate State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee will meet at 2:30 in the Old Supreme Court. See y'all at 2:30.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, colleague. Thank you, colleagues. It's a unique opportunity for me to bring forward a joint tribute along with my House Representative, Donald Valdez from House District 62, for what should be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to recognize the 100-year anniversary of the legislation that eventually created Adams State University. Was May the 4th be with you in 1921. So I would like to read a little bit of the tribute, if you all indulge me for just a minute. The Colorado General Assembly hereby recognizes the 100-year anniversary of the establishment of Adams State University as the year of Adams State. Adams State University was established in 1921 as the Alamosa State Normal School via legislation introduced by Colorado legislator and later Governor Billy Adams, for whom the school was renamed in 1925. So Billy Adams was also a native of the San Luis Valley, had a ranch outside of Alamosa, the Adams Ranch, which still referred to as the Adams Ranch today. A key educational institution in the city of Alamosa and the entire San Luis Valley, as well as southern Colorado. Adams State has educated thousands of community leaders, bankers, accountants, business owners, doctors, attorneys, farmers, ranchers, and more importantly, teachers. The first federally designated Hispanic serving institution in the state of Colorado. Adams State has more than 3,000 students enrolled and offers 27 bachelor degree programs, 9 master's degree programs, and 1 PhD program. Adams State has remained grounded in its original mission of providing students in rural and remote areas such as the San Luis Valley with an exceptional education and personalized attention that allows them to succeed. The Colorado General Assembly congratulates Adams State University on the celebration of 100-year anniversary of its establishment, the year of Adams State. So it's an honor to present this tribute. These rural institutions of higher education are so valuable and meaningful to rural Colorado. It's at the center of our culture, our economy. It's really foundational. So I have 4 of these institutions in my Senate district. I'm a little partial to Adams State. I was chairman of the Board of Trustees, served as a trustee for several years, watched us manage through several challenges to come out on the positive side, and look forward to the next 100 years of Adams State. I don't think I'll be here to do the next tribute for 100, but it's a privilege to be here for this one. Thank you, colleagues.
We have one other brief but important point of business before we hear from the Majority Leader. Would the Capitol Choir please convene so that we may wish Senator Hawkes Lewis a happy birthday. Today is her birthday.
Is it just me and you?
You know, there's no I in team, but there is a me.
Ready?
It's a duet. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Happy birthday to you.
Well, we finished. There we go.
You good? I can't read facial expressions with masks. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, just a very quick announcement. Just a reminder that this is the that today is the last day for open enrollment. It ends at 10:59 p.m. If you do not need to make any changes to your plan, you don't need to do anything. If you do want to make changes, or if you would like to make a change to your FSA, and you want to keep your FSA, you will need to make those elections today by 10:59 p.m. If you have questions, check in with the accounting staff as soon as possible. Just another underline of that. The deadline is today. Mr. President, we do have a couple of bills that we're going to read across. For now, I move that the Senate recess. You don't need to be here for it, but to recess until 2:30 p.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will stand at recess until 14:30 today.